B b b b b. How did he get Zack again? That's wild. I have to make sure my battle count is actually what it's supposed to be. I feel bad for that Pikachu. Okay, so 184. That's not too bad. If I get 30 a night, that means... Six days? Talking about Pokemon game days, by the way. We'll see how that goes. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Airball? What? Eh? Also, I got a new headset, so if it sounds a little bit different, I do need to know, but, like... Hello. Everybody seems to have a crocodile now. Okay, now you're just making faces. What? Hey, there's that. How you doing, bud? Now, I might do a longer stream today, but it depends. Obviously, I can't stream tomorrow because I have work in the evening, which really sucks. Because I don't like the job that I'm doing there necessarily. But we're going to manage. At least it was just rain. With winter coming, I could imagine that being a lot worse. Oh, I believe it. I don't doubt it. Hello, Logan. No bounce for you. Not allowed. By the way, none of the points or anything really matters. The medals kind of, but like, I'm not hurting for money. So, thank you for the large soul. Appreciate it. Respawn my trainers! Yeah, I'm gonna choose over here. Battle zones can be really stingy when they're like the single lane ones. That's why the loop is better. Yes. Yes what? What are we yussing? Did not see that nurse anywhere. Okay. No worries, Angus. It'll be fine. Okay, then worry. What do I care, Angus? Go. Why'd I get pinged? That happened. Oh. Gummer soups. Got it. Weren't you struggling with food stamps? What are you getting at the store? Ain't that always how it goes? You brought it up like, what, a stream ago? Maybe 2 days ago at most? Mm. I'm just gonna play my game. But no, like, it's always, like, the worst timing. And obviously, I don't think that was anything that was planned, right? It's just like, it happened to be now. Did I ever swap out my Dragonite or no? I guess we're about to find out, because if it faints randomly, I think Parasonic's still active. I don't remember if I swapped it. Boom, 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 boom. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. See, I can't tell if Game Freak wanted to incentivize or stop the one Pokemon takedown of everybody else on the team. Because with the status moves basically being worthless now, it just seems really interesting that they keep trying to, like, bring it in. But it's like they only last for, like, 30 seconds at most. And they don't stack anymore. Like, you can't do a +6 buff. There's an influx of, like, Trubbish and Garbodor and Lumiose. When was Trubbish introduced? Was it Gen 6? I feel like it was Gen 5, but I'm not sure. Everyone just chilling, I guess. Relaxing. Oh, that's outside. Oh. Ollie oxen free. Where are we at in the middle of the night here? Okay, it's almost over, unfortunately. The explosion team user. Is your Mega Glalie gonna explode too? Not yet. I'm not 100% sure why they use metals. I guess it is just to prevent, like, you from losing your actual money if you lose battles, but just, like... What was wrong with just plain money? Because they convert over to money at the end of the night. I guess they were trying to, like, make a simpler multiplier? I really can't tell. Because it's number of trainers battled, number of medals, and then the number of medals is converted by like 1.3, 1.4 maybe? If we're worried about stepping on eggshells, don't worry about it. I really do have to ask. When they put the damn monkeys in the game, so Pampor, Hand Seer and everything else. Just why? I need to know whose favorite Pokemon are any of the elemental monkeys. Max Revive. Let's go. Honestly, the best item I could get from any of these guys. But yeah, I can understand why they're doing like the big gamer sub sale and everything else right now. Just based on the number of content creators that are like close to getting their own or have gotten their own. Like, I think Rose got hers ready to go for an announcement sort of thing. Glub's close, I know that. Leaf's still working on it. What was my total count? 36? 35? 37. And you might be wondering why I waste time by going back. I could just keep cycling the nights and just get this over with quicker. But, again, like I said before, the reason I don't go to, like, the Lana and everything else is the rewards are significantly better here It's like free vitamins, free experience candies, free everything, you know? Felipe again. Bleh. But yeah, significant. Like, the thing that did get stronger in this game, though, is the screens. Like, the only real buff that matters, like, if you're gonna raise any stat at all, the screens do, like, way more for a lot longer and for the entire team. Yes, homie. Give me more of those. The bottle caps? Love bottle caps. Did I get... I mean, that's not the worst spawn. We'll try it. There's a tiny little battle zone, but, like, ultimately it's fine. Ultimately it's fine. Not gonna lie, I honestly thought she had more Pokemon there for a moment, and then I realized, oh wait. How do you think it feels to be a random trainer in a battle zone, and then the top trainer in the area shows up? Where the fuck did you come from? Couldn't leave the Dragonite alone. You just couldn't do it. And I don't know why or how it happened, but today I was basically watching like other side stories for DC Comics. I guess there was one Marvel comic, but that was Spider-Man. It barely counts. Hi, Fuqua. Weren't you like doing something today? Didn't you have to study for something? I'm gonna ruin everybody's immersion today. I'm gonna fuck with everybody's, like, whole goddamn day. Looking at heart attacks. Like, diagnosing, or are we talking about treatment? Cytokines. Interesting. So we're not talking about... We're talking like... What's the term for it? We're talking like a systematic heart attack in that case, right? Not dietary? Because obviously there's a number of factors that can cause a heart attack. But I'm just curious about which variation we're talking about here. Because it seems like we're talking about like either trauma or... Oh, I see. So from... I got it. So phlebotomy. Shout out to the phlebos. I'm kidding. Yeah, but if you're doing a lobotomy, don't they have to be, like, almost practically dead at that point? I don't think anybody's just letting you do a lobotomy. Unless you're talking about your own lobotomy, which is even scarier. What I get for working with doctors all the damn time. Do not get me wrong, medical professionals are trying their best. At the same time, every time I have dealt with any sort of doctor of any kind, rather than like look at, you know, what's in front of their face, they will always send you to labs and then have you come back at a later date, which is not the incorrect method, mind you, but I like how Kangaskhan's behind the tree. My only issue with it is, like, if the patient's in front of you and patient's saying, hey doc, I've got X pain in this location. And it's really severe and traumatic. Your answer shouldn't be, well, let's take you to the emergency room and see what they say there. It's like, just have the fucking lab work done in the office. And I know that's a little bit cost inefficient, but it'll save you so much fucking time. And a lot of offices won't do it. But that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, I get that they want to be sure, but at the same time, I'm not saying, like, just assign treatment to assign treatment. I would never say that. But it's like, do some fucking generic, like, I don't care if it's palpitations or anything like that. Just fucking do something that's not nothing. Don't be like, oh, well, we're going to send you in for fucking blood work. And I want to see you back in 2 weeks. It's just like 2 weeks, maybe too fucking long. All right. Sorry, I'm hungry. Anyway, for those who aren't in America or don't understand what I'm talking about, I'm going to explain something that changed over, like, I don't know, the last, I don't even want to say 20 years. I want to say the last 10. If I need to see a specialist, and I do need to see a specialist for my disease specifically, if I want to see said specialist, I have to go to a general practitioner first to get a referral to see a specialist, even though I've been thoroughly diagnosed beforehand. There are not many doctor's offices where I go that will take a new patient without a referral. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, that doesn't seem like the worst thing. So let me explain the problem to you. I had a doctor that I worked with for years. That doctor retired and a new company / people took over, right? Not a big deal. Not a problem. Well, unbeknownst to me, I get a call and they say, yeah, we're going to have to cancel your appointment and we'll reschedule you in such and such a date, right? This was like a couple years ago. So I wait, and I wait, and I wait, and I need a prescription for a medication that keeps me alive. So I'm thinking to myself, huh, interesting, I never got that call. Let me see what's up. Call the number. Numbers discontinued, disconnected, all that sort of stuff, right? And again, that's probably more on the doctor's office than anybody else, but you see where I'm going here. And the first time when I went to this office years ago, it was very simple. I just made an appointment with that specific doctor, with that specialist, because if you look at any of my medical records, it tells them, hey, he's got this disease and he needs this medication. And it's not going to change. At least not anytime soon. Believe me, I would change it if I could. So, I'm like, alright, well, I'll just schedule another one at a different place. So, I go and I try to schedule and they ask, do you have a referral? I'm like, why would I need a referral? I'm already a type 1 diabetic. What the fuck would I need a referral for? So now, they're like, oh, well, we don't see anybody without a referral. This was every fucking office I had to try and get a hold of. Like in the local area. Nobody would take it. Which doesn't make any fucking sense because it is very obvious in the records that you don't need somebody else to tell you the thing I already know and told you. You can confirm this. So anyway, now I have to get a general practitioner, schedule that appointment, wait for them to give me the referral, wait for the referral to go through, and wait for the next appointment, which is another couple of weeks away. Now granted, this has all been solved like a long time ago, but you can believe me, at the time, fucking furious. I had never, ever in my entire life had to wait so fucking long to schedule an appointment with a doctor I knew for sure I needed. And they look at me like I'm insane. It's like, why would I need a referral for something that is clearly already in my records? Hell, I barely even need the doctor. I just need the medication. Now, luckily, this is a lot better than when I was a kid, because when I was a kid, oh my god. Like, I would have conversations with doctors, and they would just fucking not listen to a word I was telling them. And now they don't really have a choice, but still. Yeah, no. And from a doctor's perspective, I kind of understand why they, like, double-check everything now. But at the same time, I can already tell there's probably been a number of individuals that just didn't get treatment in time. And that annoys me. Oh, I'm aware. Yeah. No, that's exactly it. It's like, you do not want to be septic. Septic is almost a death sentence. And I say almost because, like, that's exactly the treatment. It's just like, alright, put antibiotics and try to clear out the system. And maybe if it gets bad enough, we'll do some transfusions. But, like, you really don't want to do that. And then you wonder why there's, like, malpractice lawsuits. But the base answer for that is, like, Doc, I told you what was wrong at the time. You weren't listening to me. No, that's exactly it. Preventative, like, care. Like, here's the big thing, right? And we're going to talk about this in, like, U.S. terms. Anti-disestablishmentarianism, yeah. So the big scare and the big problem is basically the pills that are distributed among American patients, like especially the elderly populations, a lot of those pills get misused or, like, distributed poorly. And so doctors, in an effort to prevent them from being misused or being overdosed or anything like that, or being used in, like, a horrible way, will have patients come in, like, every few weeks. They only get, like, a month dose, and then every time they want to refill, they have to come back into the doctor's office so the doctor can keep an eye and make sure that they're not being, not taking the medicine or either selling it or overdosing on it or whatever it might be. Which is fine. Completely understand that. But if you have a patient that's not in the emergency room, comes into your doctor's office and says, "Hey, doc, I've been having some horrible stomach pain for the longest time. And they don't investigate on site at that moment, and they send you off to get a scan or something, like a week later. It's like, you need to do some fucking baseline work. Like, an antacid's not going to kill somebody, but you could try it. If it does, like, resolve some of the pain, then you have a basic idea, okay, that's probably related to what's going on here. Could it be an ulcer? Could it be acid reflux? Could it be whatever? Sure. But if you give them the antacid and nothing happens, then you can probably determine, oh, that's probably intestinal. Oh, that's probably, maybe vascular. And that's a problem because ER visits are for emergencies. Like, the ER doctor shouldn't be focused on, like, a minor thing. I'm not saying that these are minor things, by the way. I'm sure there are plenty of emergencies that come through. But what I'm saying is, like, people are looking for treatment when they go to a doctor for an ailment. And unless it's a checkup, nobody's going in there just to have fucking lulls and giggles and get a blood test. It's like, it's okay to experiment a little bit. You are practicing medicine. It's called practicing for a reason. You practice. It is a medical practice. Sometimes you need to practice. Like, try something. Don't bitch out and cop out and just be like, alright, well, we're going to make sure we got this right the first time. It's like, yeah, great. You're still not doing anything right now. It's like, you can do process of elimination, and that is effective treatment. Like, we can make fun of House MD all we want. Which, again, I'm not saying that you should be House MD. But at least the man is like, nah, if we wait too fucking long, this patient's gonna die. And it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe that's a good idea to have at all times. It's like, consider this might be life-threatening. Is there a possibility that it is? Seems minuscule, but let's treat everything like it might. Maybe that'll help out a little bit. And if it's nothing, we're fine. But it's just like what you were talking about. It's just like you went septic in a matter of days. Not weeks, not months, not a year, days. If that had gone on any longer, could you imagine? But I'm just thinking about my surgery earlier this year. Nope, exactly. But no, I was thinking about my surgery earlier this year. I had pain for like months and months and months and months and months. I had scans, I had everything. And then finally we just got to the point of just like, okay, we're going to do the surgery. And it's just like, why did it take so long to get to this fucking point? What did you think you were going to find? You didn't feel any growths. You didn't see anything. There was no swelling, no blood clot, no nothing. I know you were hoping there might be, but like, just like all the fucking scans in the world is just like, yeah, if you just go in there and fucking look, you might see the issue. It's like we got to the same point. We might as well just do it from the start. And again, I understand high risks, all that sort of stuff. But it's really just like, I know you want to use the cool gizmo, but really, has the cool gizmo found anything ever? And if the answer is that 90% of the time the answer is no, then it's probably not a good gizmo. Until we're in the Star Trek ages where we can just scan internal organs and see it on a digital display, I don't care. And I know it's unfair, but that's kind of why I like dentists a little bit better, because if you're talking about like a tooth that hurts, a dentist will just go in there, take a look, and be like, oh, yep, I see the issue. It takes 5 seconds. And again, I know it's a little unfair, but still. I was in a conference earlier this year where they were talking about cancerous growths around the face and mouth. And how they're required to, like, cut out, I think it's like, I don't know if it was 5 inches, or I feel like 5 inches is too much, but like, it was like 5 centimeters, 5 millimeters, something crazy like that, but like around the infected area, basically. And as you can imagine, anywhere around the face where you're cutting that much material away is very, very debilitating. And they were literally talking about a patient where it was just like, they lost half their face, basically. And they couldn't chew anymore, had to basically eat out of a straw, and the lady was straight up with them, and she was like, listen, if you told me this is what you were going to do to save my life, I would have rather just live with the cancer. I would have rather just lived with the goddamn cancer. Yep. Well, it wasn't even about healing. It's just like, think about it. If it's in your jaw, right? If there's a growth in your jaw, that entire section of your jaw has to come out. You cannot chew anymore. Your teeth are gone. Your jaw is gone. And that's only if you couldn't afford, on top of that, you'd have to have, like, maybe some, maybe you could do like a God, what's it called? A fake put in, like some sort of bone material that isn't actually bone. Tarragon. It is so weird that dental is, like, considered separate from medical in that way, though. It's like, dentistry is just as important. But they treat it like it's like, you don't need dental. And I'm like, the hell we don't. Vision's another one that pisses me off, but that's a whole different story. Yeah, no, true. I still watch those chiropractic videos, but I think it's funny because it's just like... How do I want to say this? It's not like I don't believe that they're not helping people, but it does seem very convenient how they get some of these patients in. It's always the perfect patient to show off, like, the magic of chiropractic care. It's never just a generic guy with a really painful back. It's like, oh, well, this guy's got scoliosis, and I fixed his scoliosis. Or, this mom has had pain for 11 years, and she's been to all sorts of doctors, and I fixed it in 5 seconds. And it's just like, right. I completely believe that. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm just saying it's very unlikely. I still don't understand what the hell the whole thing with the buckling table is. It's like they pop the table and then they pop it again, and then it's just like, yeah, that's helping somehow? I don't get it. Yeah, the drop table, that's what I was talking about. Again, I'm not saying it's impossible. It just seems very convenient. That's all. I'm a skeptic for life, alright? I can't help it. The drop table, you mean? one shot at Steelix. Again, like, the problem is, right, and again, like, this is just how I work. I'm gonna tell you some truths about me. I used to be, very, very long ago, much like anybody else, I used to believe in a great many things. I used to believe in religion. I used to believe in Santa. I used to believe in the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, etc. Now, that being said, obviously, a number of these things are explained away much later. Well, much later than when I was informed, but a lot later in a life cycle. And from that point on, it got me to ask questions about everything. Like, you will not find me believing in religion. You will not find me believing in any sort of magic. You will not find me believing in ghosts. You'll not find me believing in any sort of miracle medicines. Because it's like, I can't really trust it without any evidence. And again, I'm not saying that chiropractic work doesn't help. What I am saying is that from what I see, whenever chiropractic work is done, especially in like a public setting, and I've seen multiple, it's like it always seems way, way, way too convenient and overdone. And again, I'm talking like the scoliosis kid. Like, the dude had a fucking huge arch in his back, and then all of a sudden, oh, it's so much better now. And I'm just like, I could believe that you have some pain that's better. I don't believe it solved your scoliosis. See, physical therapy, yeah, I get that. But that's what I mean. Like, there is definitely a, like, oh, it's gonna hurt for a while before it actually feels better. But again, like, the things I see is just like, I'm in so much pain, and then one session later, and they're magically fixed, you know? I mean, it could be. It could be a valid thing. I'm just, like, I just have a hard time. Granted, I am not suffering any pain currently, but I have in the past. And it eventually got better, but I only did physical therapy. There was no, like, chiropractor or any sort of, like, muscle therapy other than physical therapy. Some of you may remember when I was talking about my shoulder for a long time, and that was when. Because it turned out I had a muscle tear, which is not easy to recover from, but it was very minor. But it was enough to where I couldn't lift my arm. It wasn't quite the delts. It was kind of the delts, but yeah, like I guess it's in that area, basically. But basically, what had happened was, and I don't remember the specifics of it, but I think I had pulled way too hard on something, and I didn't realize it at the time. I just felt sore afterwards, which was normal. But then I started to, like, not be able to lift my arm. And there was another time before that, similar issue where, I don't know, I think I pulled something, but, like, there was no way to rest it on anything. Like, I had nothing to support it. So it was basically free hanging, but free hanging with weight on it does not help, obviously, for the pain. Because, obviously, my arm does have weight. The bone, the muscle, everything else like that. But with nothing to, like, rest on, or not being able to use it to, like, comfort myself. I was sort of stuck with like a free fall gravity arm that just did nothing and was in pain constantly. But I finally got my mobility back after a couple of weeks of physical therapy, and the answer was, like... This is after a number of scans as well. Like, as long as I stretched it, right? As long as I was pulling, like, very gently, eventually the muscle fibers relaxed, and then I could, like, use my arm again. Because they were so tensed up, like, any movement trying to get it up or down just wasn't happening. And it was just like some light stuff that I would do in the shower every morning. I still kind of do it from time to time just to see. Yeah, it's the right shoulder. That was the one. I can feel it there. It's still kind of there, but I can still lift my arm. But I couldn't even do that for a while. And I'm already obnoxiously tall as it is, which a lot of people really admire, but at the same time, they don't understand the complications. It's like I am defying gravity, but the gravity also defies me. But the general stretch was put my hand up against the wall, and while keeping my feet flat, just push my arm up as high as I could go with my hand against the wall. That way, I always had a grip on something, and it wouldn't come down too fast, or it wouldn't drop or cause pain if I got stuck. Because I could always crawl my arm back down the wall at my own pace. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't buy any of the equipment. Like, obviously, I didn't do, like, the full suite of physical therapy. And I feel like there is a little bit of, like, embellishment on, like, what sort of treatment works best. But it's just like, even if I don't buy anything, I can still do the simple ones. And that was enough. But I'll tell you what. And again, I haven't done it for... I don't normally do pain medication for anything, no matter what. Because when it actually matters, I don't want to be like one of those people that when I take an actual pain medication that I need at a time that I'll need to work, I don't want to be desensitized to pain medication. I don't want to build up a resistance. So you'll almost never see me using it for any reason. But I will use a heating pad, and my god, do I love heating pads. But even then, like, I never get one of my own. And my physical therapist did a good job. I did like the little arm bicycle thing. I don't know if anybody knows what this is, but basically, the idea behind it was like, just get your arms in motion, right? And so they had like a little bike. So they had the little bike, and it was good for the legs, and they had like a thing up top for your arms. And I would just crank the arm one as much as I could, as hard as I could, for like the entire duration. It hurt like a bitch, like the first couple of times, but like I'm like, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. But that was good, just to get that arm moving. Like, and you could feel it release. Not necessarily like instantly, but like it would be like in chunks. I don't know how else to describe it, but it would be like there would be pieces of my arm that would loosen up like at various points when I was doing it, and I could tell like, okay, this is working, it's loosening, the tension's leaving. It hurt like a bitch, but I could feel it like getting out of there, right? I did that for like a whole summer. I don't even think I may have brought it up on stream maybe a couple of times, but and the part I would love to know, not to like cause it to anybody else, is because I do believe I have a higher pain tolerance than most other humans. Like, just based on my knowledge of the past. Like, I've been poked, prodded, opened up, and like fucking all sorts of things over my life. But I always do seem to do significantly better than my peers in certain things. I just don't understand the 1 to 10 scale. I don't know how to gauge pain. Like, every time the 1 to 10 scale comes up, I'm like, I don't know, maybe a 2? 2 being the low end? Just to give you a rough idea, when I was in high school, this is during the summer, but I had burns so bad all over my body that I was crying. Like, somebody touched me like a fraction of my body and I was like bawling. And that was about the only time I've ever felt like, man, this is the worst. And burns are always bad. I know that. But I had blisters and the whole 9 yards. It was awful. Like, the treatment that was supposed to help me, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure it would have helped me and, like, alleviated the pain. But the treatment that was supposed to help me actually caused more pain to me than ever. And even then, I would still only describe that as like an 8. One to 4 is everyday maladies. Yeah, I was still moving around even with the burns. I was in a lot of pain, but I was still moving around. Like, I went out to do things, and I was just being, like, extra careful to not touch anything. But as you can imagine, putting on clothing kind of sucked. So I had to have something to cover, like, to prevent anything from, like, getting in that area. God, the blistering was the worst. The blistering was so bad. Because blistering is the body's attempt to, like, cool that area down, right? It puts out, I don't know what the liquid is necessarily, but it's supposed to extract the heat with the liquid, and then the bubbling effect is basically, alright, once that's taken out, it'll be significantly better. Again, burns are like the one thing I don't really know too well, but like, that's the general idea. Jesus. Why were you deadlifting? I take it this was a hand callus, or where was this? No, fair. Where is this callus? God. So what happened? Did you just, like, drop it wrong, or you got something, like, pinched, or what? That sounds like it sucked. But there is part of me, and again, I only know this from like what I saw of like a little video or something. I think it was Monkey D. Luffy going through like some sort of training or transformation or whatever, or trying to absorb something. I don't know anything about One Piece, so I'm just going to keep it at that. But basically, it's just like, oh, would you like to share his pain? Yeah, true. But I would love for that to be an experiment where it's just like, all right, we're going to take somebody who is in the most traumatic pain and we're going to share that sensation with you. I know there was like the little thing, like the little toy thing where it like zapped you to like show what it was like to have a period. And I feel like that one's easy to like one for one. Well, what I mean is, like, obviously a lady would know what that feels like. They could either confirm or deny, like, the sensation. And then be like, okay, that's a good or a similar feeling to what I get. I don't know what the fuck they're making in the other room, but it smells awful. This is the problem about having a room next to the kitchen. Ugh. Pain Split does seem like a good, like, just tool, though. Like, that would be such good technology just for, like, simulation purposes. I also feel like it would be, like, used for wrong purposes. Like somebody develop a kink. Because that's pretty much what they do in Cyberpunk. Is basically like you relive somebody's memories or experience, and you get to feel the sensations. They just adjust like the pain variations on some things. It's like you get all the stimulus. But I'm like, nah. Put that limiter to 100. No, not Hidan. Again, there was something where, like, they took what looked like a black orb of pain, and Zoro took it inside his body. That's the scene I'm thinking of. I don't remember the context. I don't know the context. But basically, I think, like, the general idea was that Monkey D. Luffy was going through such intense either pain or training or whatever it was that Zoro was like, I wonder what it feels like, and then they basically gave him a small sample of it. And it almost, like, knocked him out. I know that sounds like a weird thing. I don't remember why I know that. I don't remember where I saw it. Honestly, it could have been Fairy Tail for all I remember, but, like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, it feels like there should be something like that. But the idea or the concept that you could take a bit of someone's pain does sound like a cool idea to me. See, part of me wants to look and see how many more battles I have. The other part of me is like, even if I do look, it's not going to change the issue that I still have to do the battles. But I feel like it's less than 100 now. So I'm like, I had a call of like 6 nights before. I think I'm on night 4 now. So I've got to be close. It might be 5 if I get really lucky. The Akatsuki one just basically... Well, I mean, it did transfer, like, damage, but... That was usually just like, I'm gonna murder myself because I'm immortal. I still don't understand that one. Listen, no joke. As much as I love that power, I still don't understand because that either means that the god that they worship is actually real, or his immortality is like some other thing. But if it is some other thing, I really need an explanation. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, it seems like if there's something that could make you immortal, there would be more people investigating that. And it's just like, nah, nobody knows. Because it's like, was he immortal before? Was he not immortal before? Where did the immortality come from? Oh, I know about the cultists. Yeah, no, I saw that one. I remember. They still don't explain anything. Because if I could stab myself in the heart, right, and like still survive after that, I don't know, that seems like a really good power to have. Well, the other thing is, like, we have people that literally wanted to live forever, right? I'm talking, like, we had Madara, we had fucking Orochimaru, we had all of these people. Did they just not want to do the thing they were already doing? Or did they have, like, complications because it was involving a god? Or, like, I feel like that was the answer to their problem. Am I wrong? Because Shikamaru, when he put him in that pit, he's like, oh, they'll watch you for until the end of time. He's basically immortal. He can't die. I love bugging out the game. It's like, ah, you got caught. And it's like, I've already fainted their Pokemon. I just don't hope I end up with that one glitch where I have to reset the entire game. But that's the thing, like, okay. Hidan is not the most subtle of shinobi. Because he doesn't have to be. We know this. It's not like he was keeping anything he ever said a secret. It's not like he was hiding the fact that he was immortal. And yet nobody in the entire show, as far as I'm aware, ever questions that, nor do they try to investigate further. Now, is he dangerous? Sure. But I feel like you could outsmart Hidan, and I'm sure plenty of people have. But you could definitely get him in a conversation about his god that explains his power. Although there is the Reaper Death Seal. I guess there are entities that just we'd never figure out, but still. But it's like you'd think the Sage of the Six Paths that gave everybody with ninjutsu would talk about, like, I don't know, the other gods. And be like, oh yeah, there's more of us out there. Totally. But it's never brought up. Are they actually going to make that? Again, Boruto's been off the air for a while now. What's up, Kirby? What up, Kirb? What's going on? No, I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying the show, I don't think it's going to continue. Well, the shiny charm's going to require, like, not only a full dex completion, but every single mission, so I'm getting my 1,000 battles out of the way. And then after that, I just need to catch in a couple of trades and I'm good. I'll have it. I might as well look. Where are we on my battles? $944. 56 more. And again, I'm trying not to spoil anything for you, so I'm just doing this. I don't know if you're worried about that, but I'm just gonna let you know I've completed pretty much the entire game up to this point. Oh, you are done. Oh, you're level 40 on the research. Okay, I understand. When you said you were level 40, I was like, is that your leveled Pokemon? Okay, no, I got you. I got you now. I understand. Did you get your Floette? Okay. Yeah, Zygarde's not too hard. Honestly, you want to know, like, the MVP on my team, and this is no joke, the MVP for my team was my Gardevoir. Gardevoir negated, like, so much of the damage for every encounter. Clefable? Nah, true, because of the flying. And you're immune to ground type with the Mega. I just used Raining Kiss. Like, I might as well just keep the damage output. Draining Kiss did everything I needed it to. Oh, it just released 4 days ago. Okay. Maybe they will go live with it. And I know this is going to sound weird because I'm a Sasuke hater, but, like, I really want Sarada to be, like, really, really top tier and just blow everybody out of the water. I'm not gonna lie, I don't give a fuck about Orochimaru's kid. I just do not give a fuck. Like, Snake Man is not interesting, and his Sage mode is less interesting. Because he just doesn't do much of anything. Yeah, the 4v4 is pretty good. Or not 4v4, but you know what I mean. Oh, did you get a group together? Does that also work for ranked? Free for all. Yeah, the 4-person free for all. Ranked is random? Oh, you were just... Okay, you were just doing the fun stuff. Okay. I did it for the Greninjite. So, yeah, I did that. Greninite. Are you saying you started off with a Venusaur, or you traded for a Venusaur? You were... Okay, we're going to talk about... But do you remember in Boruto when they basically just did... They did Squid Game, basically? Okay, so you chose Bulbasaur. Gotcha, okay. No, fair. I chose Squirtle. And my Emboar's there. I didn't really want to start with Tepig, but I did a random number generation. Number generator. I don't know. It actually might have been. Like, legit, I don't know, but, like, I feel like it was in the same time frame, or, like, literally just before Squid Game came out. But that's kind of what my question is. It's kind of like, which did it first? Is Squid Game just a Boruto clone? Or is it the other way around? I've seen the memes. I don't mind Mega Starmie, honestly. I don't see why people hate it. The one I do hate, though, is Pyroars. Pyroars Megas, like, fucking awful. I don't think Mega Vanillish... Mega... I don't think it exists. As far as I know. That would be funny, though. That is one thing, and I listen, I had this problem in X and Y, where, like, not every Pokemon got a Mega, but I don't know that every Pokemon necessarily needs a Mega. Like, I would never have thought Clefable was getting a Mega, but here we are. And if you ask Angus, he wants Mega Bidoof, but... Mega Talonflame or Goodra? Talonflame I could see. Goodra has, like... its Hisuian form already, so I feel like they could do that. But that's what I think they're gonna do. And this is, like, talking about the DLC. So, like, the DLC's not out yet. But what I feel like they're gonna do is, because Legends games relate, they're gonna bring in Hisuian Goodra, give that thing a Mega, and that will be what they do. Well, we already have Dragon Poison. That's why we have Mega, Mega... what the fuck is it called? Dragalge. This thing. And Dragon Fairy is just Altaria. There it is. Burb. It would stay Dragon Steel. Like, they already made Hisuian Goodra Dragon Steel. Why would they change its type again? Like, if it was another mono type, maybe, but like... I honestly haven't even used the Zygarde yet. I have it, but I haven't used it once. Because not gonna lie, as much fun as Zygarde is, it's no Xerneas. It's so fluffy! It depends on which fighting games we're talking about. Because I still have a number of them from over the years. From the PS2 era up to now. I think the Ninja Storm games are good, but I think they're good for, like, more so their specials than they are necessarily the fighting game aspect. I have not played Pokemon Unite, no. Keep going too fast. I am the storm that is approaching. Now, have you completed your decks already, Kirby, or no? Okay. Because I also need help filling out my ticks. All four of the ones I'm missing are like the trait evolutions. To Genshin? How would that work? Would you have a type advantage? Or would they all be equal? Because I feel like certain characters would just overshadow others. It would be hella unbalanced. Skarmory's hard to get? Is it? I feel like I ran into plenty of Skarmory. Are you talking about the lion area? You must have already gotten it, though. I'm still not convinced LeBron loses to Jacint. That's what she said. I'm kidding. I have a pretty good idea of where everything is. I'm still pissed about the one Steelix. There is one fucking mission that has a side objective where you fight a Steelix. And I missed the catch because it didn't go on the ball and stay there. And that's the only Steelix spawn in the game. And it still, to this moment, pisses me off. I was kind of hoping that Area 20 would spawn in with, like, a possible alpha. But I couldn't get that for Aromatisse. I couldn't get that for fucking Slurpuff. And I love Steelix. I would have used the Steelix. I would have used the Scizor too, but like I couldn't get him. Because like, nope, you gotta trade. Okay, fuck you too. But I have the Scyther, I have the Onyx, I have the other two idiots as well. I just need somebody to trade with. $35 more battles. 35. I'm gonna go check on something real quick. The Fossil Bros? What about the Fossil Bros? Yeah, just give me a second. I'm gonna go check and see if like there's any food going on because I am hungry, and it's way late and nobody's said anything so far. Ugh. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Um, a vehicle's gone, so I'm going to assume that we're okay. Yes, there are 230. But yeah, just let me know if you want to do it now or later, Kirby, because... How do you get a King's Rock? I think there's some missions. Honestly, all I did was I took the Galarian Slowpoke I got, and I gave it the Wreath, and I just got a Slowbro that way. If that's what you're talking about. Let me look at my missions list. I'm sure it's in there. No, it doesn't show the rewards. Oh, wait, here we go. Let me see. Revive. Nugget. It's going to be, like, way down at the bottom. Hang on. There's a metal coat there for Feather from Skarmory. The Lucky Egg is really good, but that one's way late. Well, what I mean is, like, did you evolve your Galarian Slowpoke? Or did you not do that mission yet? Because, yeah, if you did evolve your Galarian Slowpoke, you only have the one option unless you trade. Because Slowbro will just spawn in the world. Or you level up a Slowpoke normally. But I'm looking for your King's Rock here. I think there's a side mission. There is a mission where you trade a normal Slowpoke for a Galarian Slowpoke. And then there's another mission later where you get the Wreath and the Cuff. And if you do the Wreath, it'll make it... Here we go. Strike first to make him flinch. The Pokemon flinches won't be able to use moves. Flynn. The Requester. So, mission 84. Here's the other one. Yep. Girl says some unusual Pokemon on her team no one else is around, and she wants to show them off. Yeah, it's literally the Galarica Cuff and Wreath that she gives you. For the Galarian Slowpoke you trade for on another mission. Yeah, if you want to do it that way, but, like, you still have to have the Galarian Slowpoke. I don't know if you have it, but yeah. And you're not going to know until you go find them. I don't know what the prerequisites are, but I imagine you probably have to have the Slowpoke first. Boy, I wonder what type of Pokemon I used. Oh, and Link battles. Oh. But so do you want to do the trades now or do you want to wait? That's my question. I know you're trying to do the side missions and collect and all that. Yes, now. Okay. Alright, let me get my Pokemon together real quick. Let me get them together. Sure, box 9 looks lovely. Did I not give... Hold on. There you are. Onyx. I am going to move my Haunter over just because. And I need a Scyther. Sure, that one will do. Yes. No. You need a slow poke with the rock. Slow poke needs the King's Rock. Slow bro is already fully evolved. Okay. I've made that mistake before in my past where it's just like, it's a slow bro that holds the King's Rock, right? And it's just like, no, it's slow poke. German? Is Sloken Poken? Phlegmon. Hello, Phlegmon. My oogly googly boogly. Good old slurp. La stroking. Oh yeah, no, Swirlix is a trade. And the other fucking idiot's a trade too. I hate both of them. They're both bad. No one ever uses them. No one's ever like, you know what? I want a Slurpuff on my fucking team. Spritzy. Who the fuck is using Spritzy? But you can get Machamp Pyroar. Why? Why would you give it to me? Well, so what I mean is, like, Machamp, Alakazam, and the other ones can be found in the wild. These four I could not find in the wild. Because they have alpha spawns. Well, I got that, but it's just like, why? You could literally give me anything to evolve anything else. You don't have any other trades? Why not what? Yeah. Trevenant's a wild spawn too, though. Unless you really want that Phantom. What's wrong with an alpha? What? Give Pyroar for what? I am confusion. Does Pumpkaboo work the same way? I guess it does, doesn't it? Oh, why not get... Yeah. I mean, I'm just, like, I figured you'd go for the other Evos. Or something that actually means something. My boy is back. And the last one for the decks. What's also a guaranteed alpha? I hate the fucking monkeys. Are you talking about the Steelix? Oh no, Pumpkaboo, yeah. The big pumpkin. Yeah, no. I got you. Pumpagene. Pumpagene! Hate these fucking monkeys. Yeah. Scizor is cool. That's what I'm saying. You hate them? Why do you hate them? I mean, I could argue otherwise. They aren't good in this game, I'll give you that. Bullet Punch doesn't mean as much. Alright, and one more just for lulz, but this is my shiny Haunter. Look at that big blue tongue. Blaziken. That's not even a contest. I don't like Blaziken, but Blaziken wins that matchup. Bleh. True. I also agree. Bleh. Look at that shiny dude. Being a shiny dude. I really want them to bring out Wonder Trade. And actually, I want to compare it to, like, a normal... Gengar. Or as normal as I can find. Is it just me or is the shiny worse? I would have almost thought that this was the normal one and this is the shiny. Shiny Trubbish's Peak. Yeah, I guess so. She came up with new research. Can you believe it? It's not actually new research, but it's fine. No! Fuck! I need to do more. Quick, go get your other rocks and your metal coats. Damn it. See, it would be normally at this point in the game where I completed the Pokedex, where the game would give me the shiny charm. But instead they decided, let's make that more difficult. venue tomorrow. I really don't want to go. I'm gonna go, but I don't want to go. Yeah, vanilla should not evolve at 47, but it does. It do. Nope, it's... I mean, the difference between, like, its second and its third evolution isn't that far apart, but because of how high leveled it has to be, it's never been worth it. Maybe she's born with it. I think I heard something. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm back. No worries. Alright, give me a second. again, sorry about all the interruptions, but my food is actually finally here this time. That was why I was a little confused, because I was like going back and forth, going back and forth. I was like, I was hearing things, and then I was hearing voices, and then I was like not hearing voices, and then I actually heard a voice. I was like, oh, okay then. Oof. But yeah, just let me know if you need any more trades, Kirby, because I need them for thy missions. Honestly, I think I helped you with your quests more than I helped myself. Because you had 5 trade evolutions in a row. Do you have any rare candies? Also, if you have the challenger ticket, you can just go ahead and do the battle, and they'll give you like 5 or 10 medium candies. Are you in the Infinite Royale? Because I'd say just do that for a night. You'll have it. He'll level up on his own, or you'll get the candies. Just to be sure, you did get to the ending credits of this game, right, Kirby? Because there's something I want to ask you about. But I don't want to, like, say anything if you haven't seen it. So what are your thoughts on them just fucking killing off AZ? And you got the Lucario and everything? Karina's Lucario? What, you don't like Alpha Tyranitar? That's fair. I haven't been very loyal to my team. Look at their little baby Dragonite. Normally I do, but I'm trying to get the other thing to raise everybody to level 100. Like, my starter's right here. So's my Gardevoir. But they're both already max level. There's a couple of spawns, but they're the easiest one. Let me finish the night. You can, but there is a spot on top of Lana, if you know where that is on the map. And that's like the one I got when I got a Dratini. But I could show you the exact spot once this night's over. I just got to get my battles in. More northeast. Like, I could take you right to it. The problem is I have a hard time describing it because Lumiose is, like, fucking obnoxious. Also, Gwen is the best designed character in this game. I'm just going to say it. Gwen is the best character. Hands down. Lana, the restaurant. It's near here. There's Lana, oh yeah, and fucking whatever the hell. But if you give me, like, just a bit, I will point you right to it. I was thinking northeast of Lana. Yes, that is the southeast. The southeast of the city, yes. I should have been more correct in my direction there. That was my fault. You were like, which direction? I was like, well, do you know where Lana is? It was the first one. But yeah. Oh, it's an alpha? You got lucky then. It's not normally an alpha. That is not a normal spawn. Not fair. Again, that's why I asked the qualifying question is like, do you know where Lana is? And if your answer was like, not really, then I would have been like, okay, let me try to point you in the right direction. But Lana is pretty, like, infamous for battle farming. Even though it's really not the best place to battle farm. In my opinion. Faster, yes. Better for rewards, no. Plus, if you do it that way, you don't get the secret side mission that I got the other day. Which, honestly, I was surprised to see. Nope. Let's just say a very notorious character returns and starts up a tournament. I don't know why I use Dragon Claw there. I'm just an idiot. Red? No, not red. A character from the game. No, they didn't go... Well, as far as I'm aware, they didn't go out of their way to add an extra model. You'll know. I got it after I got the Floette, though. So, like, that's the other part of this. Like, I'm pretty sure it can't happen until that point in time. From ZA. Do you just want me to tell you? I can. I just don't want to, like, ruin it for you. Only if I'm right. What does that mean? If I tell you, you'll know you're right. If I don't tell you... Like, you'll know you're right eventually. But you basically see what I'm doing now, where I'm just doing the fucking battle zones, etc. every night, right? You just basically keep doing that and then fight the opponent. Once you got your ticket, do the ticket thing. Eventually you'll see somebody. And that'll trigger another side mission, which you won't know is there unless you look at the map. Because I didn't know it was there until I was looking at the map and I'm like, wait, was that always there? Well, Tawny's, that's a different thing, but yeah, no, not quite. You'll get that event too, but that's after 15 of the battles. But nope, that's a completely different mission. That's still technically a main mission. How did Camerupt get on that roof? These are the questions I need answers to. So you picked the male pro tag, didn't you? Because you got Townie. Yeah, I got Urbane. What's a defense stat, anyway? How many Alakazams do you think I've killed over the days? Too many to count, probably. Alright, let me just do a quick check. $999. Alright, good. I wanted this to be poetic. Whoever this random spawn is going to be my 1000th battle in this game. So, okay. I know it's a little confusing. But I tried to reiterate my VTuber lore before. I am a man as a person, but my VTuber is a manifestation of your mind for what you believe your concept of death or a reaper would be. Does that make sense? So basically, let's say you're on your deathbed, right? If you're an evil person, you see your worst nightmare. If you were a good person, you see an attractive whatever, right? Man, woman, whatever else. Maybe you like the monstrosity. Who knows? But yes, I have a female and a male model so far. I don't have a nightmare form yet, but eventually I would like that. And at some point, and I don't know when, and I don't know if it'll ever be possible, but I would love for there to be... You right, my worst nightmare is a woman. Listen, it could be. But the idea that I want to get across, and this is a gimmick that I haven't seen before, nor that I know that anybody has been able to pull off. At least not without an extra extension that everybody would have to install. And I don't really necessarily want to make people do that. But what I would love to do eventually is have every possible model every single possible model as a potential model being viewed on the stream, and depending on who is viewing the stream, you get a different model, right? Like, they all sync up, they all follow me, but you get one version and somebody else watching a stream somewhere else gets a different version. Like, that's the idea in my mind. I have no idea how to make that happen, but I would love for that to be an option. And I don't believe I'm a V-Roid, if I understand what a V-Roid is. And maybe I don't. Again, I will never say impossible. I don't think it's impossible. I feel like it can happen at some point. I feel like the software would have to change. Nope, I'm not Live 2D or Worudo. Nope. What I use right now is VC Face, which basically takes a model and makes it move based on my movement. So it's a model that would work in VR chat, basically. And my 1000th battle is Josie. Now, at some point, if I get big enough, I would love to do live 2D model, get better equipment, get better mics, get better everything, but we aren't there yet. I guess the closest you could say is Warudo. Like, Warudo model would be, like, the closest. If they're interested, then sure. You can bring the stream or whatever. There's nothing wrong with the PNG tuber. I know what you're saying, though. Like, PNG tuber is a lot less intense on machines. So that's the one benefit. The second benefit is, yeah, it's very simple. You have a little bit more freedom to do what you want, and, you know, that's not a bad thing. You can have as many possible frames as you want, and that's fine. Woo! Big points. Alright, now the part that sucks. Not gonna lie, I really don't want to do, like, more catching, because I've already completed the decks, but I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. You need 23 what? 23 more Pokemon or 23? What are my balls? I've got 88 of them. I think I'm being fine. Uh-huh. Hello! Shiny Bumblebee! Let's go! at that little dude. Look at that little dude. This is just Bugs Bunny over here. That's pretty cool. All right. All right. I was complaining I didn't have enough Pokemon to throw like these Pokeballs at, so part of that's my own problem. It's a Pikachu! Now, believe it or not, there are actually not that many flying types in the game. That's why I'm trying to clear these guys out first. Like, you start off strong. You got Pidgey and fucking little douchebag, but, you know, Fletchling. But there's not really that many flying types here. I forgot that you trap yourself in here if I do that. Do you believe anything I say? Hey, listen. If I were a god, that's how I'd live. That would be my entire philosophy. Believe everything I say. Fucking shiny Bunnelby out of nowhere, though. What a waste of a shiny, but, like, at least I got it, you know? Believe it! I, Naruto Uzumaki, I'm gonna be the next Hokage! Believe it! Now, to be fair, he wasn't the next Hokage, but eventually he got there. So guess what, everybody? Believe it. Steelix, you are right in the way, homie. I love you, but you're right in the way. I'm not dropping down there again. They needed to have like a hover skate ability over the water. I hope when they do the DLC, they start adding more Rotom phone hover tech. Because we need it. They should have what? Kakashi, Naruto. Yep. Yep. What are you making your Eevee? Well, part of it is Naruto never did become anything further than a Genin before becoming Hokage. And it became like a fucking meme at that point. Normal types are done? Normal types are done. Okay, normal types, no more normal types. Where are we at on flying? 13 more of those. Plenty of bug types, because there's not a lot of bug types either. Yep. But I think it was either the end of the series or when Naruto was about to get married or something like that, where they literally talk about as an Alpha Pichu. They talk about, like, he needs his education to be up to snuff. So they were like, yeah, you're going to have to study all this other shit first before we can even consider you for Hokage. But they were already planning on it, like, from the moment the war ended. No, it is. It is. I think it's a dusk stone. And it has to be a female Snorunt. It's a Dawnstone? Yeah, Dawnstone or something like that. But there is a spawn for it somewhere, or I caught one of the missions. I can't remember which one exactly, but like there is a spawn for it. And I missed the Steelix spawn, and that pissed me off, really. I mean, at that point, let's be fairly honest here. Naruto, throughout most of the series, was pretty immature, but by that point in time, I feel like we could consider him matured. And having Iruka there was kind of like a nod to like everybody, like, yeah, he's important. That being said, for a majority of the show, Iruka being involved at all was kind of hilarious, because I don't think he ever made Jonin, did he? I think he was a forever Chunin. Could be. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's possible. Those are the evolutions I look up once and then I like, oh, okay, and then never again. I usually just run down the list and doesn't say, okay, this one works, great. You could just buy the stone straight up. Running through these Pokeballs pretty damn quick. This game loves Alpha Pidgey. Yes, I am done with my decks. I have a lot of decks. Oh, a Beldum? Let me see what I got. Yep, there's one right there. Also, if you have anything that evolves in a trade, I need, I think, one more of those. Hopefully it's only one more. I don't need to keep it. I just need something that can evolve. If you have one you're just throwing away, just let me know. But yes, Beldum are hard to catch. The best way to catch them in my attempts was quick ball backstrike, And then, of course, every time after that, you just use a repeat ball. Like, once you caught the first one. But yeah, it's hard. You could also technically do Timer Ball, but Timer Ball takes a ridiculous amount of hits. And at that point, you're probably being ganged up on. No, I don't need it. I have my Metagross. I have multiple Metagross. My big boy. Let me just make sure that was the last one I needed for that one. Because if it's not, I'm going to be pissed. Please just tell me it's catch types. Fuck! I need 2 more! Why do I need 2 more? I think I gave you every single one in one trading session. I gave you all of those. Well, Goodra... You can only get Goodra if it's raining. But yes, you're right. Metagross does evolve a little bit earlier. I have finally, after all this time, used all the Pokeballs that I had when I started the game. They gave me 100 Pokeballs, and I finally burned through all of them. But part of the reason I want the shiny charm is so I can go back into the lab and like try to farm for shiny Beldum. Any game I could get a shiny Metagross, I'm gonna do it. Okay, flying types are done. I feel like it's safe to move on from this point now. Metagross is my homie. All my homies love Metagross. Shiny Delibird. Shiny Delibird. Yes. It's Aerodactyl and the dipshits. So again, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I have to catch 50 different Pokemon of each type. So we're going to be doing this for a minute. And that is 50 ice types. Fire is going to be obnoxiously hard. Fire is not common at all. Water types aren't bad because I can go to the Magikarp pond and just catch Magikarp. Fighting's going to be hard. Psychic's going to be hard. Yeah, there really weren't that many rock types, were there? Technically, if I wanted to, I could cheese the rock type thing, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, God! If you're wondering why I'm not getting rid of alphas, it's because they have 3 perfect IVs guaranteed. No matter what. And on the off chance somebody really wants them, I'd rather give them those than anything else. No. So Tyrantrum evolves during the day. Aurorus evolves during the night. Unless you're talking about Goodra again. I don't understand why this game thinks I would need 50 of any type of Pokemon. Too bad there isn't Rain Dance. There's literally... No, Sandstorm does exist, I think. Sandstorm exists. I was like, are there any weather moves in this game? But I think there are. I could just be confusing it with Sand Tomb, but like either way. What time is it? I probably confused it with Sand Tomb. That's okay. Let's go there. Alright. I was going to see if I could go long today, but my body's not having it. So, for those who weren't paying attention earlier, there will probably not be a stream tomorrow. Unless some miracle happens and the event gets canceled, or I get out early for whatever reason, which would be lovely, but I don't think it's going to happen. Alright, good enough. Alright, so literally we have to do like 2 more trades. I don't know. Are your trade missions done, Kirby? Like, was it just 5? You're the only one I can ask, because, yeah. You gotta look at your requests. I'm assuming you got to level up from that before. I don't know. I don't know. The reason I asked is because while I got you here, I would like to be able to finish that off real quick, because I could do the other stuff whenever I want. So you just needed 5. Okay. Do you have 2 Pokemon that you need to trade for real quick? I'll give you one of the alphas I got. I don't care. You want a shiny fucking Delibird? Well, so the way that works is if you sit, and it works better if you do the bench because you can like sit with your Pokemon, but like every time you sit down at a cafe, it raises the friendship of everybody for the bench, and then the cafe is whatever one you have active, I think. I don't know the numbers, but I would feel like the cafe would be more for the individual, but if you're just trying to raise a bunch of them at the same time. still hate it. That's why I have a Soothe Bell. Soothe Bell, like, solves all that. What? Nani? Did I not get you? Did I get somebody else? It had to be you. No, I need anything that evolves. I need 2 Pokemon that evolve from trade. No, it doesn't matter. It just has to evolve in a trade. Kadabra, Machoke, Pumpkaboo again. I would like it back, yes. It doesn't really matter if I get it back, but I would like it back. Shiny Beedrill looks heinous too. The green body and the blue eyes is crazy. Let me just make sure I got it now. Please, no more trade stuff. Okay, good. We're done. So now it's just catching. Seattle? Nah, you keep Seattle. I don't want it. I don't fucking want it. Yep, will do. Take care. Have a good night. I know, panic. I am going to call it here. I will probably be back Sunday. Again, unless something heinous happens, it'll be fine. And I'll have Friday off, which is Halloween next week, which will be kind of nice. But I need to call it here because I am, like, I was doing the Pokemon catching, and, like, my eyes were shutting while I was running around throwing balls, and I'm just like, I'm going to pass out. So anyway, take care. Have a good night. I will see you all next time. Have a lovely evening. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Exclamation mark socials. Join the socials. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.